This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, freaks? Hey, thanks, Brianna, right out of the gate. My allergies are kicking in again, so who knows?
Let's do this. Free ocean wave.
Now, sometimes I wonder what the hell the, where the allergies are coming from. But that's exactly what it feels like. And you're just sitting here and then this vent goes off, even though I covered it. I don't know, man. I'll have to figure it out. But it's crazy. Oh, from the balloon, yeah. Yeah, everybody's so excited about those balloons. This one is cylindrical shape, and it wasn't a balloon. Well, what the hell is it then? I mean, you should already know by now. You shot it down, and you're looking at it. And by the way, that excuse about the first one being shot over the ocean just so it wouldn't hurt somebody's house is full of shit. And they say, well, it's better that we went in the water. We could find... No, if it went on land, you'd find every single bit of it. In the ocean, you don't know what you might find. You know, scattered around. Thanks, Alley Cake and the Mike D Experience.
I'm Mike D and I get respect.
There you go. I added a couple different like super chat characters. I don't know when, they're kind of random numbers, Well, I think what we should be doing is monitoring. Don't keep watching what they're doing over here. Watch what they're doing somewhere else. I kind of think like China's trying to do like a little head fake situation where they keep us occupied. Everybody's like, ooh, look at the shiny ball. Look at the shiny ball. And they're doing something somewhere else. Maybe moving ships into near Taiwan or something like that. Who knows? I mean, it's so stupid if it's just them sending balloons over. I mean, it's ridiculous, okay? So at the same time, then you have to wonder what's the real reason. They're not idiots. They're really intelligent people over there, especially their military, and so they're not just doing that like, oh, oops, that's not happening. Yeah, I wish I when I was over on Lookner's channel, I said Agenda Free TV is the name of that one. He does a lot of breaking news stuff. I said, "Is it from this world?" And he actually read my comment. I was just goofing around, but okay, yeah. But man, wouldn't that be great if it wasn't? The problem is how did we shoot two down that weren't from this world when we haven't shot a damn thing down since the beginning? Yeah, I don't agree with Lookner politically at all or anything like that. But like his, I feel like we're sort of similar. We pretty much go live every day, work really hard. That's why we're different than other people. So I support him for that. I understand how hard it is to do what he's doing, right? So I respect him for that. Yeah, I think he got it. I think he knew I was goofing around. Yeah. Huh? This works is getting... What does that mean? This works is getting... Man. This works is getting more and more bizarre all the time. What is? What do you mean this works? What does that mean? And thank you, Doohickey, listening while I help a hoarder in horrible heat with questionable smells. Wow. Okay. Sounds fun. And Kami, Georgina Stoliker, Kathy Fredmaker, and I'm waiting for yours, LM, since I have to now pay for another stamp since you had the wrong address on your...
Chewbacca?
I'm kidding. Don't worry about it.
Listening while I help a hoarder in horrible heat with questionable smells. Raised eyebrow.
Cold case. Well, there's the ones that I used to think like that have been solved. Like I covered April Tinsley before that was solved, and then I covered Delphi, and sounds like that one's been solved. And let's see. I don't know. I think maybe the Lumberton. That's what I want solved. Definitely have to do another show on Lumberton pretty soon. Go start over from the beginning. Hey. Thanks, LM. God, look at this. The damn thing got shipped back to me, okay? Man. If you order the notebook, make sure you put the right address in there. If you go, oh, notebook, and I'm using the address that's on PayPal, and it's not right, it's going to go to the wrong place. Yeah, my nose is just... Right. Except you forgot to change it in PayPal. Let's see. Oh, that was Australian, that's why. Hello, mods and Grease friends. Any updates on the British missing lady? Yeah, I had a couple of things I was going to read on that. But now I have to take off for a second and blow my nose.
Okay. I'll be back if you want me to.
For Kleenex.
Thank you for the Kleenex wave. All right. Never had that one before. I gotta be honest. So Caligal 3 and LM. Thank you. Why would I take an antibiotic for allergies? That'd be weird. Like last night, for 6 hours, everything was perfect, and then all of a sudden, my nose started running. It's just like there's something in the air. I don't know. It's weird. I can tell, though. Because if I go outside for a while, nothing. And then I come back inside, and I'm sitting around, and then the vent goes off a little bit or something. Yeah, I just took Benadryl, so hopefully that'll work. We'll see. All right, here we go. Yeah, I tried the ventilation system thing. Maybe I'll get somebody over, like an air person, somebody that can... You know, I haven't had Claritin D for a long time. You know? I switched over to that other one. Oh, cool. Jazzy World. Well, thank you. Hey, there's one of the new ones. Yeah. That's for the between 30s. I'm not sure why it plays so long, but it's just gonna keep playing forever. There you go.
The coffee mugs. We love the freak mugs.
There's a new one for you. A dancing avocado. Yeah, hey, thanks Jazzy World and Relaney Jones. God. All right, there we go. Blew my nose again. Yeah, dancing avocado, right? I thought Claritin D is over the counter. I mean, where it's just for anybody. It used to be, anyways. God, I hope not, Jeff. Jeez. If I was going to order something from Australia, like I said, it would be the 4 and 20 meat pies. Those are absolutely... If those were sold in the U.S. at football games, they'd take over. You would just go, forget hamburgers or hot dogs, you know? Forget it. Put Jazzy's World in here. Alright. Yeah, they're just so good. They're like a pastry outside with sort of a creamy meat in the middle, and you eat it with ketchup or something. It's good stuff. You actually ordered a jar of that shit, Dan? God, man, unbelievable. Let's see. And I bet you Dan doesn't even like it, but he'll say he likes it so that he can. People will go, the Australians in here, wow, Dan, that's so hip of you. Because there's almost no way that you would like it. You know, it's absolutely god awful. But yes, the 4 and 20 meat pies are awesome. Those are cross-cultural, you know. But Vegemite, nah, yeah, it's. Yeah. Scottish birdie meatball. Meat pie. I don't know. We actually ordered an entire box of 4 and 20 from Australia a few years back, and they were just gone. Like, they didn't last more than a week. I mean, it was just. That's right, Mark. I'm just mean as hell. That's right. What's Marmite? Isn't isn't that like marmalade? Or I don't even know what Marmite is. I've never heard of it. Yeah. I always thought Vegemite was like dried up cow blood, you know? It tastes about what you'd think that would taste like. Yeah, you love meat and you love pies. Well, then get the 4 and 20 meat pies then. I see. I guess it's the same thing then. Vegemite sandwich? Traveling in a ride out combi on a hippie trail, head full of zombie. Yeah, you got those. That was pretty good shit. Yeah, I don't know. I think I read the thing wrong yesterday on the husband, the it thing. Although it's still sort of strange, like the it using it for just anything there. But I went back and read it, and I think I inserted a word in my brain which wasn't even there. Oh, there goes my stomach. All right. Anyways, I was going to start off with the couple articles on Bulley here. So here we go. Forensic diver reveals worst mistake police made in Nicola Bulley's search. Hope it's not the same guy again. I don't think so. Detectives investigating the disappearance of Nicola Bulley made a mistake by declaring too early that she was in the River Wyre, a diving and forensic expert involved in the case claimed. And here he goes again, Peter Falding. I mean, this guy, he is in every single... Like, they have all these different articles that come up, and I don't read them beforehand because I like to read them because it's boring. I mean, what if I read it twice? I mean, that's boring as hell. So here we go. We see Peter Falding again. This guy's, I don't know. Doesn't he just seem like he's 12 for $98? Well, because you have to ship it from, oh, really? Wow. Yeah, you can just go online, Jeff, and find them. There's websites that sell the 4 and 20 meat pies. It's FOUR apostrophe N, I think, and then 20 spelled out, maybe? I can't remember now, but. Yeah, you just go find like a website, an Australian site, and they'll ship it. I'm sure it's a hell of a lot cheaper. Because what you're ordering from Amazon is somebody from Amazon purchases and then pays whatever cost they have to get it to the United States, and then they ship it over to you and charge another $56 for shipping, pretending it's coming from Australia at that point. At least that's what I would imagine it being that expensive. Those things are like $3 a piece. Thanks, Ashy Snow. But don't you think this guy is just a little too out there? This Peter Falding guy, whose Specialist Internationalist Group firm searched the stretch of the river where Miss Bulley was last seen, said Lancashire Constabulary should initially have kept other lines of inquiry open for longer. Miss Bulley, 45, of Inskip, Lancashire, disappeared while walking her dog in a field next to the river in the St. Michael's on the Wyre in the morning of 27th January after dropping her 2 children off at school. Her mobile phone and Springer Spaniel, Willow, were found near a bench in the field. Despite 2 sightings of Miss Bulley in the hour leading up to her disappearance and extensive search of the area, police have been unable to find any traces of her. Let's see. Paul Ansel, Miss Bulley's partner, has said he's 100% convinced she's not in the river. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, if the husband had a nefarious, it was nefarious on his part, wouldn't he back what the police are saying? Like, let's say let me just throw it out there as a, when people go, oh, he seems dodgy. Well, here's the thing. The police have already said he's in the water and they can't find him. Isn't that the perfect place to agree with? If he did do something to her and put her somewhere else? Because he goes, oh yeah, I think she definitely went in the water. Sometimes she would, wasn't paying attention. And she fell in the water and they just haven't found her. And they'd never find her. And he knows that they would never find her. But it would always be just this mystery that she drifted out to sea. Instead, he's saying he doesn't think that. So that gives him more credibility in my mind. So, yeah. Let's see. Mr. Falding, who has worked on a series of high-profile missing person cases, this is what's going on, including M16 officer Gareth Williams, who was found naked inside a padlocked bag, also said that a third party could be involved and suggested that Miss Bulley's phone could have been placed on the bench to act as a decoy. Sure, there's a lot of could-haves and, It seems like really thinking hard on that, though. A lot of, like, did you put the dog harness on the ground, too? Is that all part of it? I think the worst mistake the police have made was to declare early on that she is in the river rather than saying, let's keep lines of inquiry open, he said. This is a lady who knew the area intimately. She was slim and fit, and if she had fallen, she could have grabbed onto the bank. Yeah, I agree with some of those things right there. It's shallow. She's a swimmer. Something catastrophic would have had to happen to her for her not to be able to get out of there. There's just almost no way she couldn't have got out of there. But what about when the water level goes up, Mark? Who's grave 4 anyways? I don't know who that is. Oh, Ive. I get it. Miss Bulley, a mortgage advisor, left her home at around 8:26 on the morning she vanished. She dropped her children off at school at 8:40 and had a brief conversation with a parent. At 8:43, she began walking along, we've gone through this a million times, along the path by the River Wyre towards the gate bench on the lower field. At approximately 8:47, a dog walker, somebody who knew Miss Bulley, saw her walking around the lower field with her dog. Their 2 dogs interacted briefly before the witness left the field via the river path. Over the next 14 minutes, Miss Bulley emailed her boss, sent a message to a friend, and then logged into Microsoft Teams at 9:01. And then at 9:10, a second witness who knew who she was, someone who knows Miss Bulley, saw her on the upper field walking her dog. Lancashire police previously said work was ongoing to establish exactly what time this was. Yeah, so that's interesting. If somehow, because here's a possibility just that popped into my mind with this. So what if it was really like 8:30 and she went over like this with her dog instead of this being 9:10? I mean, not 8:30. I meant 9:30. But let's say instead of 9:10 here, like she could have gone back over here, put the phone on the bench, and then walked this way like this with her dog even. You know, the dog was loose, and then climbed over this fence on her own, and then the dog would be sort of stuck in this area because it couldn't get over. But you would think the dog, when the other person came by, would see the dog over here trying to follow, you know, Nicola, right? Because it's, you know, that's her dog. Instead, it was over here, prancing back and forth into the field, back towards the bench and the field, and the bench and the field, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Yeah, I don't know. I bet that's pretty accurate, that 9:10 thing. Because why would she then leave the harness on the ground? See, here's how I would picture it. You have this big coat. It's easy to take the harness off, roll it up, and stick it in a pocket, right? So to me, she had her phone on, listening to the Teams meeting. She had the harness in her pocket. Then she walked all the way back over to the bench and was sitting there at 9:20, took the harness out of her pocket, called the dog over or something. Something happened and the harness goes on the ground, and, her phone's on the bench because at that point she was merely listening. But she maybe wasn't able to get the harness fully on the dog, and then it just fell off, and the phone was on the bench still listening to the Teams meeting. And then something happened to her between 9:20 and 9:30. Something like that. Yeah. Well, then it still would have went and known where she was, right? Got to blow my nose again, sorry. Yeah. Could have done a lot of things, Jessica, right? I mean, I could have jumped on her, make her, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, a pigeon could have fallen out of the sky, hit her in the head, and stumbled backwards. The dog could have barked. She turned and said, "What are you barking at?" And then hit her head on a tree and fell into the water. I mean, we don't know at this point. Yeah, it's like getting too technical on what could have happened. That's when it's hard to do those. I'm just saying I think she, based on the evidence, that she sat on the bench for a moment because the phone's on the bench and she would be listening. And then she needed her hands free at that point to do something else. And maybe that, likely, since the harness is on the ground, that was probably in her hand just prior. Because it ends up on the ground. There's no reason that would be on the ground. Other than that she had it out right before that. Yeah. Alright. So then down here it says, Miss Bulley's phone and dog were then found at a bench by the river. by another dog walker. In an interview with Channel 5, Mr. Ansel explained that he and his partner... Are they married, by the way, or who are these? And why does he have a different last name? Explained that he and his partner had done the walk where she disappeared for years. He said someone in the village must know something about what happened to Miss Bulley. That's her boyfriend. Whatever has happened, they use the word partner for married and everything over there. It's kind of crazy. It's like, just say it. See, that's why it's better over here for those types of words. See, over there when you say your partner, it's ludicrous, right? Because that could be anybody. Over here, we're specific about it. We say wife or, their spouse, something like that, where you're okay, you know that they're married. And then it's different where then you'd say their boyfriend. Usually when I hear partner in a U.S. story, I think the partner is either a girlfriend or boyfriend or like a same-sex couple type thing. Right? Over here, we always say married, so it's really way more specific. Over there, it's just partner, like, okay, partner. And sometimes those are significant details in a case, right? Whatever has happened in my eyes has to be somebody who knows the local area, who knows that what? The guy talks strangely, this Ansel guy. Whatever has happened in my eyes has to be somebody who knows the local area, who knows that. Knows that what? And the fact that nothing's been seen or heard, I just truly believe that it's something in the village, he said. That it's something in the village. Something? That's just all weird wording, don't you think? I believe that it's something in the village. I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, just maybe is he from another country or something? Because some of these words are very odd. Hey, Scrappy Doo. Yeah, well, if he's from England, why is he using these weird words like that? I mean, doesn't everybody think that sounds strange? Like, whatever has happened in my eyes has to be somebody who knows the local area, who knows that. And the fact that nothing's been seen or heard. So it's like nothing's been seen or heard and knows that. I mean, should be at the end or something? I just truly believe that it's something in the village. That it's something in the village. He said. I don't know. Yeah. Thanks, Jessica Schubach.
I think it was aliens now.
You think so? You know what? I'm starting to come around to that idea. What with all the sightings we've been seeing of these, quote, balloons and anomalies. All right. I'm not sure what that even means, David. Go do your little goofy jokes like that somewhere else, all right? Let's see. What do we got? Mr. Ansel also grew emotional as he discussed his wife's disappearance. It is horrendous because you people don't just vanish. What? It's horrendous because you people just don't vanish into thin air. What do you mean you people don't? How come there isn't any sentences here that make sense? Right? Come on, we're on the next sentence and it doesn't make sense again. I don't think so. It is horrendous because you people just don't vanish. You people don't vanish into thin air, okay? There's other people that vanish into thin air, but you people... I mean, they are quoting that, yeah, it's possible out there. I mean, this is the independent.co.uk. They're usually pretty good at that shit. they're one step above Daily Mail, right? No, he didn't say that. He said it's horrendous because you people don't just vanish into thin air. It's absolutely impossible. So something has happened. Does he think he's an alien or something? He went on to beg for the search for his partner to be stepped up. My plea now is personally, I want every house, every garage, every outbuilding, the land scrutinized. I want it all searched. I want it all scrutinized, every piece of it. And I'm... See, they seem like they're literally transcribing because see how they go. And you're not going to appease me with anything else. That is what I want to happen. See, they literally seem like they're transcribing. Miss Bulley is 5'3", with light brown, shoulder-length hair, and speaks with an Essex accent. She was last seen wearing a long, knee-length, black quilted gilet with a hood, or gillet, or whatever the hell it is. She had a black Engelbert Strauss coat underneath, which had long sleeves and came to her waist. She was wearing tight black jeans and had long green walking socks tucked into her jeans. She was wearing size 5 ankle-length green Wellington boots from Next. Huh? Well, thanks, Jessica, the other Jessica. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing a pale blue Fitbit watch. In an update on Friday, Lancashire Constabulary said it was keeping an open mind about what happened, but continuing to search the river. However, the focus of the investigation has moved further downstream into the area. Here's what'll be crazy, right? They'll find her way downstream by the river mouth, and so here's what people will say because they can't go, well, the police were right. They will say that the person who had her took her way downstream and put her in the water. Okay? Because they knew that the police were looking for her, and then it'll clear them. That's what'll happen. It won't just be let go. People won't just go, oh, okay, yeah, well, the police were right. Don't you guys agree with that? You guys watch social media, so you know how it'll play out. It'll be one of those things where, well, there she is. We found her down the stream on the wire there. She was about 6 miles down. She was snagged up on a log. Oh, somebody put her there. Check CCTV with the... You know how it's going to go. Yeah, because what happens is people build these huge stories in their minds. They get these, they sit around, they get chills at night. They can hardly sleep, they'll tell you. Because they invent this huge story in their mind, replete with the boogeyman. And then when it doesn't turn out to be true, that's when you start hearing this next sentence. Something just isn't right. Right? Something just isn't right, you guys. You're right. Let's start looking into the blah, 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 blah. Remains the case at the present time that there's absolutely nothing in all the extensive inquiries we have made that suggests anything untoward has happened or that there is any third-party involvement in Nicola's disappearance. But the investigation is ongoing. Throughout this investigation, we have been keeping an open mind about what might have happened to Nicola, and we continue to look at all the potential scenarios to eliminate them. We are reviewing our decisions regularly. I'm going to go the same way people are already pushing Dylan Mortensen to go. The way Dre McRae went, Kylie Rodney's friends and family, turning a victim into a criminal. Yeah, there you go, see? That's exactly right. Brianna, that's exactly right. And for those of you new watching here, on this channel, on a nightly basis, the freaks help support my channel to allow me to keep doing my shows every single night, even on nights when I don't really want to do the show. I'm still here doing the shows. And you guys send in super chats, PayPal, become channel members, that's part of it. And then during the month, I try to donate, well, at least donate over 50% of the net revenue from YouTube to various true crime related charities. And we have donated as a channel, from the income from the channel, over 135, I think it's 135, is that right? Maybe it's $134,250 since January 2020, which I think is an absolutely incredible feat. Okay? That's an average of 45 something for those years, but the last two were 42 and 62. It went 22, 42, 62. Now, I don't think we're going to, this year if we get to 62 again, that'd be a miracle, because there was 4 months at the end there that were, or 3 months at the end of the year that were crazy and allowed me to donate 8,000, 8,010. 28,000 in a 3-month period of time that made up that whole thing. And a lot of, there was actually ad revenue coming in too from some of the videos I was making on various cases, so that was good. Thank you, Christy. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to just flip over to, there's another one here, a little different angle. Oops. Did I just close down? Oh, shoot. That's the paralegal for Alex. We'll do that at the end like we did last night. I thought that was kind of fun, actually, just having it play and not really having to do much. Just gotta blow my nose again, sorry. I was thinking, do you think you could get allergies from, when you put your clothes in the dryer, that little thing that you put in there with it? Because I feel totally normal, except my nose is itchy, Yeah, witness saw 2 suspicious men. So here's a new thing that came out. When I got this, it was like 50 minutes old, the article. All right. So let's see what this one said. Yeah, you think so? I don't remember changing anything. Here, I'll go ask that question. Well, apparently it's the same one, so I don't know. Don't know. Alright. Witnesses told police he saw two men acting suspiciously near the route that Nicola Bulley regularly walked her dog on the day before her disappearance. Okay, jeez. The witness, who did not wish to share his account publicly, said he spotted the pair outside the church in St. Michael Wyre. Isn't that where the school is? I thought it was right down here. Okay, well, there's one right here, so. Okay. And what's the name of it? The parish church. The church in St. Michael's. And near bridge. Well, that's one right here. I mean, St. Michael's on the Wyre, Church of England. I mean, it's right next to the parking spot. I mean, that's sort of interesting, I guess, if that's it. A worker at a local garage said the witness gave information to police after officers asked for anyone who had been in the area around the time of the time the mother of two was last seen to come forward. The paper reported that police had requested footage from St. Michael's garage last Tuesday that covered the 24 hours before Miss Bulley disappeared. A garage worker who did not wish to be named said two smartly dressed officers came in following up on a man and a woman. They wanted the CCTV from the day before Nicola vanished and to take statements of any activity we have seen from that day. These officers were different to the ones in uniform. They seemed very assertive. Like detectives, maybe? Or, the worker reportedly said they knew the witness and were aware he had already gone to police about what he knew or what he saw at the local church. But he said he wanted to make sure they were chasing this up. So I asked the officers about it, and they said they were following it up, they added. The worker added, whether them collecting the CCTV from the same day is connected, I don't know. Yeah. Just a second. I was just reading a comment by somebody. Alright, you guys. And by the way, there's a few more notebooks left out there. If you want to get one of those, you send $25 to PayPal and you get a notebook. I sign it, put a couple of the freak pens in there, and boom. The worker added, whether them collecting, I'm not sure, is everything working, my bots and everything? Hold on. Jesus. I'll try it again now, see if it works. The worker added, whether them collecting the CCTV from the same day is connected, I don't know. He told how the witness said he saw one of the men the next day near the bridge, which is at the start of the footpath, which Miss Bulley used almost daily on walks with her dog Willow. I mean, it is interesting that she would go there pretty much every day after dropping her kids off. So then that allows somebody to plan something. The search for Miss Bulley enters its 17th day on Sunday. Lancashire police said officers were keeping an open mind while continuing to appeal for information about the incident. Police said earlier this week that they had opened 500 lines of inquiry in the case and were looking to talk to more than 700 drivers seen in the local area. The force is continuing to search the River Wyre towards the sea at the Macomb Bay, working on one hypothesis that the 45-year-old from Inskip could have fallen in. Police have discounted foul play and are treating the incident as a missing person inquiry. Her partner, Paul Ansell, said he wants to keep all options open about her disappearance, but in his gut instinct tells him she's not in the river. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what it looked like at the time, actually. So, hey, thank you, Doohickey, and also on PayPal to Connie E. Well, make sure there's the address that you have on there on PayPal, Connie, the correct one.
Hot tip, stay unpredictable. Smiley face.
Her partner Ponto said he wants to keep all options open about her disappearance. Well, that's about it. That's the update there. You know, I mean, just again, she gets dropped off. She drops her kids off at 8:40 right there. She's seen walking towards the bench area at 8:43. You know, heading in that direction on this path. Then at 8:47, somebody that knew her saw her roaming around. In this area here, and then their dogs interacted at 8:50 and were playing, and then that lady left, and then she sent a couple different messages, and then at 9:01 logged into her team meeting, and then probably holding the phone in her hand listening to the meeting. She didn't have her camera or mic on. 9:10 she's walking her dog Willow, perhaps over in this area. And then at 9:20, over by the bench, her phone is then placed on the bench, and the harness of the dog that wasn't on the dog, because she lets her dog run freely once she goes through the gate, as it's kind of locked in. You have the river acting as a fence, and then there's a fence that goes all the way around like this. So you just let your dog run freely. They're not going to be able to go anywhere. They just run, and have a good time. And then, likely, she came back to the bench at 9:20. That's the most likely scenario. Jesus. Jesus, man, that's crazy. He gets to the bench, places her phone on the bench. Hold on, I got a cough. Yeah. It's crazy. I'm not sure. Yeah, definitely feel like it's something coming out of the vent, but I changed all the filters and everything, and not sure what's going on, but oh yeah, that Vegemite will clear it right up. Yeah, so something happened to her between 9:20 and 9:30. That's my opinion. But if she went back this way, surely somebody would have seen her, unless she kind of went up like this and kind of somehow, I don't know. Like, they know she didn't go out this way, though. That's the thing. There was no camera that filmed her. No, I don't have a cold, Melanie. Sorry for your... when you have a cold, you feel like you have a cold. I don't have one. I can be sitting here for hours with nothing, and then the heater comes on, a little event comes up, and then I start getting, like, you know... Yeah, you've said that many times about the Claritin D. Yeah, I've taken it before. I guess I can go walk over there and see if we have some of that. Alright, try it. I think I have a Claritin sitting around. I'll just try that. I know the D is the good part, but you know, and the vent isn't on right now, so let's see if it how it's going. Nothing coming out of the vent right now. Turn the heat off. Yeah, mainly when the vent's on, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to keep talking about it. I've already worked through all of the angles that you guys are all coming up with. I appreciate it, but I've already thought of everything. All right, let's see. Okay, guys, I'm going to be doing some cold cases again now, and at the end we'll do the Murdaugh Paralegal. I think it's almost like an hour, okay? But you know what that means, you guys. I'll be reading stuff, so we're going to need to get those super chats rolling away, even regardless that I'm reading, okay? Because we're kind of having a, started off pretty good tonight, but it just went. All right. Every night's got to be about the same in here, or it doesn't happen. All right, so here we go. This first one is a woman named, or I think she was a young girl named. She was a teen, I guess you could call her. Frame Cooper. And Mysterious West Virginia did a show on it, so I can't really top that. I just found one article in the paper. There's hardly any articles from West Virginia in there, and so we're gonna have to just go by that. But this is back in 1990 on September 11th, and well, let's see. Yeah, I'll just start with this one. Like, she went missing, and then her body was found near Barracksville earlier this month. It was a body that they found. And this is November 21st, 1990. So About 9 weeks after she went missing. Thanks, Kami. The body found near Barracksville earlier this month is that of a 14-year-old female runaway, Marion County Sheriff Junior Slaughter said Tuesday. Dr. James Frost, chief medical examiner for Northern West Virginia, used medical and dental records to identify the girl as Faame Cooper. Makes it hard to look her up because I think her name was sort of like based, named after the Hall of Fame in Coopersville or whatever the hell it is. Cooper. Thanks, Mama 457 Rose. Let's see. Slaughter said the case is being treated as a homicide. He would not say how the girl was killed because of an ongoing investigation into the girl's disappearance. She was last seen in July. Okay, I did find an article from 2012 here on the internet. When 14-year-old Faame Cooper ran away from home in July 1990, her family wasn't that concerned. So that's her right there in that picture too. Can't really see it, it's pretty small, but that's her. How do we get out of this? Alright. She'd done this before, so she'd ran away before. They knew the drill. She'd leave a note and call to let them know she was okay and be back in a couple of days. But this time, something was off. She didn't leave that note. She never made that call. It was like she disappeared. As days passed into weeks and then months and there was still no word from her, her family grew concerned. According to her older sister, Sunshine Hornick, the family waited until September to report her missing. She was last seen July 11th, but it would be almost 4 months to the day until they learned what happened to the dark-haired teen. On a darkening early evening, shortly after 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 10th, 1990, some hunters stumbled upon her skeletal remains in a cow pasture on Robinson Hollow near Barracksville. Thanks, Cindy J and Jamie. Now let's see, I have these marked out here. And on Mysterious West Virginia, he had the addresses on there. I just kind of scrubbed through and saw some map stuff. So here we go, we're going back to West Virginia now. So this is where she lived, right here. In this house. I like houses like that. What the hell happened? Wow. Thank you, the Mike D Experience. But yeah, see how I don't feel as sneezy or itchy all of a sudden. Maybe I just need to block that vent completely, cover it up with duct tape and just call it a day, I think that's a good way to do it. The Mike D Experience. Yeah, closing it still sneaks through, So that's where, and then apparently her body was found right here. And apparently there was a home and then there's a creek back here. If you go back a ways on Google Earth, it might still be there, I don't know. Yeah, it's right around in that area anyways. I think at one point there was a house back there. Can't see it on this one, but that was 1993 right there. But just kind of up a side road. I wonder if they have street view on this. Yeah, so right there you can kind of see what it looks like anyways. So somebody drove here and then went, oh wow. So they got through this gate even and went way up into the, that's crazy. And put her way up there. Hey, thanks, Yvette. Another notebook. All right. It's 1990, not 1991. But this time something was off. She didn't leave the note. As days passed into weeks and then months and there was still no word from her. Her family grew concerned. According to her older sister, Sunshine Hornick, the family waited until September to report her missing. She was last seen July 11th, but it would be almost 4 months to the day until they learned what happened to the dark-haired teen. On a darkening early evening, shortly before 5 p.m. on Saturday, November 10th, 1990, some hunters stumbled upon her skeletal remains in a cow pasture at Robinson Hollow near Barracksville. Her murdered remains, one of Fairmont's most troubling open cases. Faame Cooper was born September 19, 1975, a daughter of Tina Marie Sopranic and Rick Less. Her mother reportedly named her after the David Bowie song Faame, so wasn't what I thought. She had an older sister, Sunshine Hornick, and younger brother, Rodney Sopranic. Each of the 3 siblings had a different father and last name. Sunshine's birth last name was Cooper, but she took her grandmother Evelyn Hornick's last name when she adopted Sunshine at age 6 and has lived with her since on Fairmont East Side. Faame was born fameless. Faame was born fameless. Her father was Rick Less, that's funny, who later was convicted of the 1986 first-degree murder of Cindy Croston. Wow. She lived with a maternal aunt, Mary White, who was her temporary legal guardian and great-grandfather on Fairmont West Side. She wanted to know who her father was, but he really didn't want to be in her life at all, Hornick said. He really didn't want anything to do with Faame. They thought it was best if she had my father's last name, Cooper. Let's see. Almost 22 years after her sister's death, Hornick finds it easy to talk about Faame. Faame Cooper was a walking contradiction. In other words, a fairly typical teenage girl. She liked the boys, Hornick said fondly of her little sister. She had crushes on lots of different boys. She liked to go to school dances. She'd go to ball games just to see who was there. Faame, then just 2 months from her 15th birthday, was her typical fun-loving, boy-loving, popular girl, her sister said. She liked Paul Stanley of Kiss. She had his pictures all over the wall. She was not into boy bands. She was more into hard rock kind of stuff. Described as having homecoming queen looks, the dark-haired, dark-eyed, slender girl dreamed of becoming a model. She was shy, enthusiastic, compassionate, and loved rock music. But there was an edge to Faame. She was also moody and depressed, and as one relative put it, 14 going on 30, and she ran away a lot. This isn't right. I don't think she did that to hurt any of us, Hornick said. I think she was trying to find herself. Who am I? What do I really want? That kind of stuff. So when she disappeared that July, nobody thought it was unusual. Are you guys paying attention to this at all? Or looks like you guys are just randomly talking about other stuff. But let's just kind of pay attention to this. It's pretty interesting. I remember that last week I saw Hornick said. I'm thinking it was around July 4th of that year. She wanted me to come over to our great-grandfather's house and stay the weekend. Then one of her friends called, and she went to stay with them. I was really ticked off because she invited me over there. I don't remember the girl's name. All I remember is she came with her mother or father to pick Faame up. I remember Faame had a bag of clothes and stuff with her. She just got in the car and left. I didn't know that was the last time I'd ever seen her. I would ever see her. We just figured she was with a friend and forgot to call home, you know. She did a couple of times, but usually she'd call and say she was okay. She was at so-and-so's house, so this wasn't that unusual, but it was a little unusual. July passed, no word from Faame. August passed, school started, and still no word from Faame. September, it was getting close to her 15th birthday, and still no word. White finally reported her missing to police. So, man, they didn't report her missing for a long time. Let's see. So she disappeared in July, actually. Jesus. July, August, September. Well, finally reported her missing to police. This isn't right, she told them. In an article published in the Times, West Virginia, on November 21st, 1990, Mary White told reporter Don Palmerin that Fame's trouble seemed to have started in October of 1989. She said she wanted to go out for parties and stay out all night. She wanted to come and go as she pleased. She was just 14, but she wanted to do adult things. She wanted to grow up too fast, White was quoted as saying. She was a slightful child who was in search of something she couldn't find. The friends she brought home were fine, but the friends she didn't bring home influenced her. White would think Faame was safe and fast asleep in her bed, but when she checked on the teen, she would have slipped out of the window and made her bed to look like she was still in it. She'd be gone for a few days, but she'd always leave a note telling us not to worry, White said in the 1990 interview. We called the police every time she ran away. She would drive Faame to school only to learn Faame would go in one door and out another. When she came home, Faame would be apologetic. This will never happen again, she promised. But 3 days a week later, and she'd do the same thing again, White said in the 1990 article. Faame attended East Fairmont for at least 9 weeks her freshman year, but only off and on. Sue Patonick, then assistant principal at EFHS, was quoted as saying, Faame was a very quiet young lady, no problem at school as far as behavior was concerned. She was out of school part of her freshman year because of homebound status. Faame was taken to a girls' home in Elkins for a while, the article stated. In January 1990, she attempted suicide, White told the reporter, by overdosing on cold medicine. They rushed her to the hospital where she was kept for a few days, but she eventually ran away from that. The article stated that Faame saw several counselors, including the youth pastor at her church, but nothing seemed to help the troubled girl. Then Sheriff Junior Slaughter told the press that evidence confirmed the teen had been murdered and her case was being investigated as a homicide. She had to be identified through medical and dental records. Ted Offit, then Fairmont police chief, confirmed this for the article. He had been asked by Sheriff Slaughter to help investigate the case when it happened. It was basically obvious, Offit said. There were ligatures on the body, wire used to bound her up. It was still present. You don't have death of natural causes when the person is tied up. The autopsy ruled the cause of death a homicide, and that made it a murder case. Someone took that child's life. The mom didn't do much in raising this child. She had a miserable life as a kid. She was a truant who had very little supervision. I don't want to say bad things about her, but she didn't have much of a chance, and unfortunately, this individual took advantage of that fact. That's what I was thinking this whole time. This girl never had a chance. A father that murdered somebody, a mother that has all these different relationships and different kids and all this stuff going on. It's just, ugh. He referred to a person of interest, also a suspected in the murder of another Marion County girl. We were confident he had committed the murder, but there wasn't enough evidence to file murder charges, with double jeopardy if we had gone to trial and he was acquitted, even if we found major evidence the next week. We couldn't try him again. We had him in jail on unrelated charges, but I'm confident he got away with these murders. According to Fame's death certificate, the cause of death was undetermined, and the date, time, place, description, and location of injuries were all listed as unknown. There were all kinds of stories, Hornick said, that they found a rope around her neck, they found this with her, they found that with her. She may have been stabbed, she may have been shot, all kinds of crazy stuff. I never knew what to believe and what not to believe. The police didn't tell us anything. Police asked Mary White to identify the body, which she did from some of Fame's personal items. At first, they just said it could be Faame, Hornick said. They didn't find a whole body. I thought it can't be her. Maybe she's gone out west or something. And when they proved it was her, I was devastated. What made it worse was that the last time I saw her, I was really ticked off at her, but I would have stopped her. Oh yeah, if I had known. Tina Sopranik was upset at the news, but she was the kind of person who never let anything bother her, Sunshine Hornick said. We always had problems with her mother, but she loved us in her own odd way. She passed away in 1992. Almost like twins. From Cooper's funeral was held December 1990. She is buried in Barracksville Cemetery. Every September 19th, on Fame's birthday, Hornick places flowers on her grave. We choose to celebrate her life, not her death. We don't do anything on the anniversary of when she was found. I don't even think about that day, she said. She had her own theory about what happened to Faame. I think she overheard something she wasn't supposed to, and they were like, we got to get rid of her. I don't know what that is or who it is, but I'm sure the person of interest had something to do with it. Even if not directly, he was an accomplice if he didn't do it himself. Yeah, let's see, where are we at here? Yeah, so I'm going to move on to the other article here. I got, hold on. Yeah, but you see what I'm talking about, guys? Whenever I do this reading stuff, it just absolutely turns into a nightmare. So I'm not sure what I'm going to, if I can do these cold cases and maintain what we're doing here. It's crazy. All right. It's amazing. Jesus. You know, it's funny, is I used to do cold cases all the time, and it would be okay in here. But now when I don't do the cold cases, it turns into a... It's just... why Faame... This is another article on it. This is one from April of last year. So, see how that goes. Yeah, I know people love it and everything. They always say, yeah, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. But the numbers speak differently. In 1990, Bobby Proto went to lock in a Trinity Assembly of God's Youth Center. She felt her friendship with her best friend from elementary school, Faame Cooper, was fading as the pair moved to different high schools. Bobby recalled that Fame's behavior had changed and she was showing off in front of her new friends. I remember at one point she was sitting behind me and she was cussing and talking, and the guy in front of us was talking, and I turned around like, Faame, stop. It's not nice. She just looked at me like, what? And so we didn't have a good interaction with each other at that point, Bobby explained. But I knew she was going through stuff, and it happens. It was only 5 years before the Faame and Bobby decided to dress alike for her 4th grade birthday party. They connected because they were both shy, but Fame's heart stood out to those who knew her. Thanks, Kami. She loved stuffed animals. They were all over the room. She didn't have any money, so she gave me one of hers, Bobby remembered. She was sweet like that. But the lock-in was the last time that Bobby saw Faame, and many of the friends didn't find out what happened to her until months later, when newspaper articles came out and identifying Faame as the murder victim who was found by hunters in Barracksville. Reverend James Saunders, the leader of the youth center, laminated a copy of an article by the Times, West Virginia, November 1990, headlined, "Who was Faame Cooper?" Thanks, Kathy Shiflett. The Dancing Taco. Yeah. Thanks, Olivia Dorado. According to the article, Fame's aunt noticed a change in her behavior in 1989. The 14-year-old was sneaking out and skipping school, and eventually she was sent away to a girls' school in Elkins. When she came back, Reverend Saunders said Judge Rodney Merrifield introduced him to Faame to see if he could mentor her. She was a pretty little girl, hard-looking. You could tell for a 14-year-old had been through the mill. Reverend Saunders remembered about his first impression of Faame. On July 10, 1990, Faame went to an arcade in Fairmont with friends on the east side of Fairmont near the Wendy's. So there's been other stories where she was last seen too. Bobby said she spoke with friends who were with Faame at the arcade, who said that they left Faame at the arcade because she said she didn't want to go home. Faame was just trying to stay away as much as she could, so she was out there not being able to go anywhere, just trying to cling to anybody that would take her. And from what I got from my conversations with the friends who were at the arcade, because she went back to her aunt, which at the time was taking care of her, they were going to send her away again, and that was her biggest fear. When people send you away like that, a lot of times you're just being lazy. It's like, you're just too much of a hassle. We're just going to send you away, The arcade is the last place anyone is known to have seen Faame alive. 3 years afterward, the remains of 1989 runaway Kimmy Eddy were discovered in Mannington. News reports from 1992 indicated that police were connecting the two cases. Reverend Sanders said that police told him when Faame was found, they also found a letter addressed to him in her purse. Police brought the letter to his office, and they opened the letter together, and it said, "Dear Pastor." Wouldn't that be weird if that pastor had something to do with it? Because the mentor. Dear Pastor, please pray for my sister. Please pray for my brother. Please pray for my family. But Pastor, thank you for leading me to Jesus. Her life changed, and I think people should know that she was somebody that wanted to make something of her life, one that wanted to improve her life, wanted to go on. I mean, what's weird is even the first time that the pastor was mentioned, I thought, I wonder. You never really know, but her life changed, and I think people should know that she was somebody that wanted to make something of her life, one that wanted to improve her life, wanted to go on and do something, said Reverend Sanders. But also she wanted to do something that helped other people that she saw going in the same footsteps that she was. I really believe that needs to be stated, that Faame Cooper was a person that helped other people and wanted to see other people change. I know if things were reversed that Faame wouldn't give up on me, so I'm not going to give up on her. Some of the coverage, however, was criticized by those who knew Faame as painting the teen in an unfairly negative light. Fame's sister, Sunshine Hornick, said she was a little troubled, but she was also a very bright, friendly person. The articles painted her as some kind of little tramp that ran away all the time, and that was not who she was. It was not accurate at all, said Sunshine. Bobby said that there was never a day that went by that she didn't think about Faame after she learned about what happened to her. It's strange. It was just like I would be brushing my teeth, and here goes a memory, the same memory as it was the last night when I brushed my teeth. Just like something that was always there holding on to me, Bobby recalled. Then in October 2019, she said a red cardinal was driving her crazy because he kept hitting her window. She saw as a sign that she should start digging into Fame's case. Because I know red cardinals are angels of people who passed away that are trying to get your attention. That's what they're supposed to be, said Bobby. And at that point, Faame was really on my mind, and I started okay, let me just look into this. Let me reach out to Sunshine and see if anything else come up. And this has been years. I hadn't talked to Sunshine like she barely even remembers me. The two got together and began researching. Bobby said she flew in from Texas to speak with Marion County Sheriff Department investigators in 2020 and try to get the case reopened, which was successful. According to the Sheriff's Office, the case is still open and being investigated, and now Lamar placed Fame's picture along with a tip number on a billboard Fairmont last week for free. Lamar Advertising is a community-oriented company that strives to be leaders in the community. We have donated billboards to local police departments, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, in order to help them find fugitives and solve crimes, said Ruben J. Blankenship. Hey, look at that, Blankenship. Hey, thanks, Daniel. Yeah. Not feeling like that tonight, but hey, all right, thank you.
Chewbacca?
Let's
I'll
see.
be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Gray is the man. Long time sub here.
No, thank you. In an interview with WBOY in 2020, Sunshine said the family has dealt with losing Faame in different ways. Some by choosing not to talk about it, but it's very hard for her, and she had to go in and out of therapy for years as a result. I had heard about all these cold cases that the FBI have solved, 30, 40. I think there were even 50-year-old cases that they solved with all the technology, the advanced DNA, and all of that. So when Bobby reached out to me and said, we need to try to do this, I thought, yeah, it's time. Sunshine said she appreciates Bobby for being a huge help in knowing who to contact and where to start to get things rolling again. Faame was my best friend, said Sunshine. I knew if things were reversed that Faame wouldn't give up on me, So I'm not going to give up on her. Well, there you go. Kind of a sad story, actually. How you think? Thanks, Francine and LM, for gifting up there. All right, I'm gonna go do this other one in a second. Just be back. I don't even know where to theorize on that last one. It could be virtually anything, you know, just sort of hanging around with the wrong people. Kind of interesting that the same pastor was talking to both of them. Thank you, Eugenie. You know what? I hope it's not. Like, I don't have allergies. I hope it's something else. Just like, because I would hate to have this be something where it's just all the time. But it's weird how I've had nights where I play golf and then I come home and then I sit here and I was totally fine. And I sit here and then I do a show and then I start sneezing at stuff. No thanks, LM. Yeah. I don't know how old they are. We just had them cleaned a while ago. I don't know. Real honest. I gotta move on to the next case. About bad guys, friends she could have. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. I mean, she was kind of desperate to find somebody else. Like somebody that would take her in and maybe help her with a new life or something. Yeah, well, can't really do that with nights like this, right, Nick? So, yeah, maybe it's allergic to you guys, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, John Dunn. Lots of talk about bad guys, friends she couldn't bring home, but no facts.
Friends she couldn't bring home, but no facts revealed about them.
I wonder who their person of interest is. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like that because I might be trying. We might be trying to redo something with the garage to make it my office. So maybe that'd be a good time to get all the ducts changed or something. I don't know. Oh, thanks, Serenity. But pretty soon I'm about to throw myself in prison, you guys. This is getting crazy. Let's see. What did that one person do that was removed up there? I see that they're a new account, you know. If you create an account today, you're probably going to get blocked. Well, take it with a grain of salt, but my HVAC guys say duct cleaning is... is it? Okay. Yep. Well, there we go. Guess we're going into prison there. We got Nick T and K-Me throwing me in there. I don't know. You have to send me an email, Mark, with the name. I don't need links or anything. You just send me the name, the area, that kind of thing. Let's see how it goes. You gotta have some people that come in here and do like air remediation or something. You know, they can check your air, see what's going on. Well, I'm in prison. We're gonna get to the next case after I get out of prison. So mean, allegedly. No, it's not alleged, man. I'm mean as hell, dude. I don't do anything positive for anybody in the world at all. I'm just an absolute monster. In fact, I'm not even sure why anybody supports me at all. It's weird.
Any chance of covering the Alistair Wilson case that happened in Nairn, Scotland?
What do you mean, did you hear me?
2004? It was known as the doorstep murder. Cheers, great.
What's the tin cup for, Cindy?
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca.
I don't get it.
So mean, allegedly.
I don't get it. What's the tin cup for? Have you taken any... Well, I just took a Claritin not too long ago. I didn't have the D. Oh, you bang on the bar to get the attention of somebody? Yeah, well, Cindy's wasn't even for that. So at this point, we're not even close to getting out the door, you guys. So, yeah. I've got air purifiers. They don't seem to do really much at all. You can see that they take shit out of the air, though. Thanks, CaliGal3. Yeah, you guys should hit, if you're out there, you should hit the notification bell, but also the all videos. Because it sucks when I put out a video and only like 1,000 people watch it, because doesn't have all the big names in it. It'd be great if you all saw it and took a look at it anyways.
I can never wait to get my Go Live with Grey notification. Also, I got you some cake. Chocolate your fave.
You got me some cake. Oh man. Well, thank you. There's Georgina Stoliker. I saw you earlier at on Agenda Free TV. Yeah, we're about like 50% of a normal night that we've been having. I grew up with 4 older brothers. I had to learn to be tough. Yeah. That's right. Well, anyways, I'll get out the door and I'll walk to a hotel somewhere. Thanks, everybody. And there's Ollie Cake. What would be drawing the public? I'm not sure what you're saying, Winston. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, look at all these people that got memberships. Serenity by Jan, Pooh Bear. I hope none of them are trolls. So we'll have to wait. If any of those people right there don't say thank you in the next probably minute, I'll block them. So Serenity by Jan. Where's the thank you to Caligal3, Pooh Bear, Not That Nikki, and GMA, Nobby7, and Joe Kelly. Okay, there you go. There's one of them. Okay, there's one. Well, there's two of them have said thanks so far. One, Serenity by, or three, right? I think you can not be, well, I don't really care. Then you shouldn't have got one. You know what I mean? I don't know where you go, but you have to sign up to be eligible. Like you just say, hey, I want to be gifted one. Yeah, it's always nice. What's even nicer, though, is when the people who get the memberships say thank you to the people who sent the memberships in. You know what I mean? That's even better. Thanks, Mark. Right. Well, let's see. Don't forget to stay member, though, after the month is up. You know what I'm saying? Right, but if they're not in chat, though, I don't want them to be member. I'd rather block somebody if they're getting a membership and they're not even here. I think that's ludicrous. Okay? Yeah, so whatever, however it works. I don't care if they're not in the chat, all right? I'd rather have somebody else get it. It'd be cool if I could take away, you know, like if you don't see a thank you in 5 minutes, you can revoke it and give it to somebody else. Doesn't that make more sense? No, who cares what they're doing, Cindy? I think you should have to be at the show to get one. Don't you guys agree with that? My God. How do you not agree with that you should be in the show if you win a membership or get one from somebody? Like, what do you show up one time a month ago and say, yeah, I want to be... I'm hooked up, you know. I think when you say I want to have memberships, it's for anybody. It's not like on a specific channel, right? You can just say, hey, I'm willing to accept free memberships, and no matter what show you show up on, you can get one, right? So I wish there was something that determined how long has somebody been there and how many times have they watched your show before they can get one. Because I think it's sort of a dumb thing by YouTube to just give it to some random, willy-nilly people who hardly ever watch the show. Now, if you're getting one and you are somebody that watches, that's awesome. But think how dumb it is to have, like, trolls can show up and sign up for memberships and get given a membership.
I'll be back if you want me to.
I don't know what that means, Lily. Go do your own thing, Lily. You sound like a troll yourself. Let's see. Gray, I can't see you on screen. Anyone else? Not. Yeah, I'm right here on the screen. I didn't come here to argue with you, Lily. I'm telling you what I think, and I think it's very accurate and very true. And if you're going to be this little, blah, 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 back and forth, I'm just going to block you, okay? Don't really give a shit what you think either. I gotta be honest. I'm still learning YouTube. All right. That's ridiculous when people go, "Guy, you mean so people shouldn't be?" Look, I guarantee if you're a channel member and you want gifted memberships to go to people that are here all the time and watch the show, When you give them to people who just randomly show up, it just seems, maybe those people might show up again or whatever. But it's not even cool to give them to people that aren't even here on the day they're giving it to. What the hell is that? It's ridiculous. I mean, I've had people in the chat going, Gray, if you give away memberships, how can I get one? I want to get one. And there are people I see all the time. And then somebody's nice enough to give 5 away, and they didn't get one. It was some other person. Yeah, well, I think it's just you just say that you're available to get memberships. And anywhere you go, if somebody gives out a membership, you're sort of in a pool of luck. And I think it should be given to people. YouTube should count how many times have they been there, how many hours. Maybe if you spent something like 100 hours on somebody's channel, then you're available to get it. I don't care what you did, Lily. Good for you. I wish I could take it away. I'm not going to cross this host. I just want to busy the pervert women. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about, Toby? You sound like a fool. Get out of here. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, but if you're not on the show that day, then you shouldn't get to win one, right, Zozo? Don't you think if you're on, you have to be on the show that day, like during the show? Yeah, you don't have to be there every second, but you could take off, come back, and you're still, you're watching the show. Why should you get to win a membership if you're not even there that day? Don't you think that's ludicrous? I mean, I don't know how anybody can defend that. Well, they signed up a week ago and they haven't been back, but sure. It's insane. Hey, Miranda, are you being a troll yourself again? I mean, don't tell me how to do shit. Don't tell me what to do. I'm telling you what I think right now, okay? And I don't need your little talk back shit that you do. But time to make tea or use the loo. Not sure what that means. Okay? No idea. Yeah, this is what we get every time there's a weekend show. People, I don't know if they drink or whatever, they just turn into, like, it's weird, Yeah, I know she's not a troll, but she just wrote something that was troll-like to me. Good for you, Lily. Good for you. Good for you. All right? Good Lord. Attention seeker. Yeah, that's what I think, too. I mean, I don't know. I've given memberships out myself many times, but I'm just saying I wish I could choose. Right. No, that's not what you said, Miranda. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said, then contact YouTube with your concerns. Like I shouldn't be talking about it. So don't try to change the way you worded it, Miranda. Yeah, you didn't say, hey, I just said, hey, you should contact, you didn't say that. You said, then like it's an order for me to contact them. Right. Yeah, it definitely needs to be changed. I don't like it the way it is. Because your odds of somebody sticking around, thanks Simple Life Days, are really low if you're giving it to somebody who just randomly showed up, hit the membership button thing, and they got one, and, who knows if they'll ever be back again. I'd rather give it to people that were been somewhat loyal and watched the show for a while, right? Let's see. You would think it would be advanced now with long. Yeah, probably. I wonder if there's a way to do that. Maybe I will contact YouTube. Haha, great idea. Yep. Thanks, Zach and Fox Nanny. I mean, I feel pretty good other than just that weird, itchy feeling thing that I got.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
For healthier nights. Love to you and the freaks.
Huh? Yeah. Loyal trolls. Where are you a troll, Sage Lake? I mean, you said that before you even realized you were a channel member. Hilarious. Okay. Yeah. Well, I have an option that's $1.99 a month. I think that's pretty affordable by just about everybody in the population. What do you think? $1.99. So it's like, well, give up on those 4 cigarettes that you smoked today. Probably. Oh man. Oh yeah? All right, cool. Right.
And I like when you're mean.
Right. Everybody loves it, man. It's awesome. That's 1.5. That's a man. Is it that expensive over there? Oh yeah. Well, thanks, Amy and Todd Steak. I don't know who you are, but thanks, I guess. Never seen you before. I'm not freaking out at all. I'm just saying, you know, if you, the way they give out the membership is crazy. Yeah, I'm not sure why some people see $2.99, but it's $1.99. Maybe you got an exchange rate on yours or something. I have no idea. I know that there are people that see that it says $2.99, but all they are is $1.99, $4.99, and $9.99. That's it. But I have seen where people see $2.99. I don't know where that comes from. I wish I had made it $2.99 though. I do wish that. Yeah, let's see what it says down here. Yeah, so like here, let me go to my screen. I've got it right here. Look. So if you hit the join button below, see right here? See that one? $1.99. That's the Freak 101. I'm not making this stuff up. Oogla Boogla Freak, $4.99. Megazoid, $9.99. And you get all these. I think I can actually put more emojis in there. But you get all these emojis and you get these badges right here. Okay? So there it is. Alright? So the fact that you see that, I don't know why. I have no clue. But if you live in Canada, maybe that's why it would say $2.99. Or Australia or something like that. Thanks, John Dunn. Yeah, iPhones suck with YouTube for some reason. I mean, put a 1 if you know that. I mean, like, there's just some sort of thing that they set up where it just doesn't work. You know, you can't even hit the join button. You can't do a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't work for some reason on iPhones. Oh, okay, it's in Canada. Okay. All right. Let me get to. There's this other one, another case right here we're going to do called Stephen. Well, it's not called. The victim is Stephen Spina, I think is his name. This guy right here. And these are just random ones that I found again using that Faces page. So we're going to go and look through the old newspapers. Here we go. So it's a slain mailman has had tires slashed. A neighbor says a mailman who was stabbed to death in his Westchester apartment recently had his tires slashed. Police won't say if there's any connection. The postal worker, 36-year-old Stephen Spina of Mamaroneck, was discovered fatally stabbed Monday when a friend came to his home. Spina, downstairs neighbor, 19-year-old Carmine Albino, says the tires of Spina's car were slashed and the windows on his girlfriend's car were broken a month ago. Police Lieutenant James Gaffney will not comment on the vandalism, saying only the investigation remains open. Albano said Spina had a daughter 11 or 12 years old who lived with her mother. Spina often took her to Yankee games and Sunday Mass, the neighbor said. Welcome, Cadillac. Yeah, very, very cool. Thanks. I'll put you in for the spin with that one. Yeah, and you know, that being said, I like when people get, you know, when you guys give out memberships, I'm happy that people get the opportunity to be a member. I'm just telling you what I wish it would do, because I know for certain that trolls on my channel have got memberships. Okay? That's 100% fact. And so that's something that bothers me. So, I mean, it's 100%. Like, multiple times too. People that actually were just sitting in the background that hate the channel and comment elsewhere got memberships, okay? So, it comes from a place of knowing. Alright, so right now we have a slain mailman, and he was stabbed Monday in his home. So, let's see. The first article was September 17th, 2007. And the next one is Slain Letter Carrier's Sister Seeks Public's Help to Solve Crime. This is, this is 2008, this one here. March 23rd, 2008. Now, 6 months since Stephen Spina was stabbed to death in his village apartment, the Slain Letter Carrier's family is making a new appeal for help in tracking down his killer. If anyone out there knows anything that could help the police find Stephen's killer, I am begging you to do the right thing and come forward, Christine Foley, Spina's sister, said Friday. You will be giving my family, our mother and Stephen's only daughter, the peace. You know what's interesting is the stabbing deaths to me inside of like an apartment. I mean, those are almost always of a personal nature, right? You don't see people robbing a house It's very rare that a burglar goes in a house and stabs people to death. It just hardly, they would rather just run from the scene at that point. You'll be giving my family, our mother, and Stephen's only daughter the peace that we all so desperately need. The 36-year-old's body was found in the Richbell Road apartment shortly after noon on September 17th. So I think I found the right one. Yeah, there it is, Richbell Road. So what was weird is when I typed in his address, it put a pin over here, but then I walked down the street until the address that I found him in on Ben Verified was 300 Richbell Road, apartment C2. So you go down here, and there was 220. You can see the numbers on the side. Then it was way down here. It was this building right here is where he lived. So, and it was apartment C2 in there. The 36-year-old's body was found in his Richbell Road apartment shortly after noon on September 17th. His girlfriend, Tamara Acevedo, who slept over in his apartment, left for work in the morning and reported finding him when she returned at lunchtime with the building superintendent. Well, why did she bring the superintendent in? That's interesting. So she goes there, slept over, left for work in the morning, and then reported finding him when she returned at lunchtime with the building superintendent? That's kind of, it's a little odd. Why didn't she just go to the door and knock on it? My family is saddened that after 6 months, maybe that's what she did and then got the superintendent, but didn't say that. There still hasn't been an arrest, Foley said. We know there has to be someone out there who knows something. The person who murdered Stephen doesn't deserve to remain free. They belong in jail where they can't hurt anyone else. Since the slaying, detectives have refused to discuss details of the homicide or their investigation, declining to say whether they have recovered a weapon or identified possible suspects. The investigation is not closed. It's not cold. Mamaroneck Police Lieutenant James Gaffney said, "It's ongoing," he said. The department has been in contact with other police agencies, but would not name those departments or say what role they were playing. Spina worked at the Larchmont Post Office. He was also an umpire at local Little League and Babe Ruth League games, played in a softball league, and attended St. Vito's Church regularly. Hey, if you're still out there, Dan Carr, send me some of that marmalade or whatever that was called. Marmalade? Oh, man. Jeez. He was helping raise his now 13-year-old daughter, Skylar, who was living with her mother elsewhere in Mamaroneck. 6 weeks ago, my family's life was turned upside down, Foley said. I cannot begin to explain to you how Stephen's death has affected... it's bitter. What do you mean, bitter? I don't mind bitter if it tastes good, right? Like, there is an emptiness in our lives and our hearts that can never be replaced. Yeah, if it's, I don't know, like... I guess I'd have to try it. I'm always okay to try something. Food. Alright, here we go. So that was on March 23rd, and then June, another article comes out, or just a part of a... says, on a report that the girlfriend of slain letter carrier Stephen Spina found stabbed to death in September was asked by Village of Mamaroneck detectives to take a lie detector test, but refused, according to a family member of the victim. She was one of the last to see him alive. Well, that's interesting. I mean, some people just don't take them because they're not admissible. And had to blow my nose again. So the girlfriend wouldn't take a... Oh, it's Marmite. There you go. Yeah, marmalade's good. Yeah. Okay, so that's what... so it tastes exactly the same as Vegemite, right? Sort of bitter and salty. Oh, it's not the same, but oh, so it's bitter aftertaste, unlike Vegemite. Okay. Yeah. Oh man, I ate this marmalade. It was pretty good. It was orange. You know, it's like jelly kind of. It's almost like jam in a way. I thought it was pretty good. I like to eat when I eat jam on toast. I like the toast to be almost burnt. You know, where it's just crunchy, has a little bit of burn in there. Don't you guys too? No, Gray, I like my toast as soft as possible. Yeah, I don't feel like I have a cold though. That's what's weird. But I don't know. Maybe it is. Marmite tastes like shit. Well, there you go. There's your answer, Dan Carr. I like cold toast. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, yeah. See, like, that's the thing. When it's hard, it's cold, right? It's crunchy. When it's just too quick out of the toaster and you put the butter on, it gets a little soggy, not quite as good. But look at this girl. She looks like she's strong as hell, you know? Like, look at her. You can't see her whole body, but just that right there is enough to see that she could, I mean, look at that. This photograph was hung inside the Mamaroneck apartment of Stephen Spina on September 18, 2007, a day after he was stabbed to death there. So that's interesting. I mean, somebody put the picture in the apartment the day after he was stabbed to death? What's up with that? Family desperate for information in 2007 slang. This is a 2015 article. The sister of Mamaroneck man found dead 8 years ago is keeping hope alive that the cold case will finally be closed. Stephen Spina, a letter carrier from Larchmont, was found stabbed to death in his apartment on September 17, 2007. His sister, Christine Foley, said Thursday that the friends and family continue to keep his memory alive and are offering a $40,000 reward for information leading to an arrest and conviction. By the way, whatever happened in the... God, now I can't remember the name of the case, but you know, the one where the tires left in the road? I mean, man, what was the follow-up on that one? What's the name of that guy? I gotta look at that. Just do an aside really quick. Anybody remember? With the tire in the road and they arrested... Yeah, Bright again. Yeah. Conspiracy that led to Brightigan's murder began... Wow, no, they just had an update a day ago. Wow, I should have thought of that before. Alright, let me finish this one and we'll go right to that one. That's pretty funny. I mean, I just thought of it in my head for some reason, and then... Let's see. Much of the money was raised by a yearly softball tournament held in Spina's memory, Foley said. The Stephen Spina Softball Classic was held annually between 2008 and 2013. Foley said she remains in contact with Mamaroneck Village Police, and they assure me that they are still actively looking into the case. Police did not return calls seeking comment. They have previously said that an ex-girlfriend may have been responsible for the slaying, saying they had identified 4 persons of interest in the case, 3 of them former girlfriends. Wow. Spina's girlfriend, at the time, Tamara Acevedo, found him dead in his apartment. Police said she had stayed at the apartment the previous night, and when she left in the morning, he was still alive. Well, how do we know that, though? You know? Acevedo said she had returned after lunch and found him dead. She has denied having anything. I bet it'd be hard to cover that up, though. She has denied having anything to do with his death. Foley said she continues to bring attention to her brother's death for her mother and Spina's daughter, who is now 20. I want them to have closure and know that justice is served, she said. All right, let's see. Family desperate for more information. The sister of Mamaroneck man found dead 8 years ago. Let's see if this is much of the money. She has denied. Yeah, okay, this is the same story, just different format. It was actually a different day, too. It was 2 weeks later, the same exact article. How weird is that? Huh? Who cares if I hate Marmite or not? What a stupid... Hey, trolls, listen. Come up with something better. God, these just losers. You know, have better sort of quips and comments. You know what I mean? You sound like a Marmite hater. I wish I had known before subbing to your channel. God. Yeah, absolute idiots. Let's see. Spina killing haunts town. This is from 2017. For Skylar Spina, it's scary to think that her father's killer is still on the loose. A second, gotta sneeze. It could be someone she knows because I don't know who it is, so they could literally be around me at any moment and I would not know, Spina, now 22, said. So it's a frightening feeling. Stephen Spina is a mail carrier and Little League umpire, was well-liked guy who apparently didn't have many enemies, even ex-girlfriends left on good terms. When he was found stabbed to death in his apartment on September 17, 2007, many in this small village wondered who would kill a guy known in the community as caring and happy-go-lucky. Today they're still left wondering, residents and family members. Let me get to the other page there. Stephen grew up here, one of 5 children. He graduated from Mamaroneck High School in 1989 and for 12 years worked at the post office in Larchmont, another small village that borders Mamaroneck and shares its public school system. You know what's weird is my nose is just really runny, you know, but I don't feel like I have, you know, I'm not sick. God, it's driving me nuts. People on his mail route knew him by name, and Spina, who was 36 when he was killed, was no stranger to anyone who played softball or enrolled their kids in the recreational baseball league. Several of the police officers who showed up at his apartment on the day of his death had known Spina. Carol had met him, and his former partner considered Spina a close friend, just weeks before Spina had visited them at police headquarters to report that his tires had been slashed. A month before Spina's death, someone slashed the tires on his Nissan Stanza while it was parked across the street from his apartment. He spoke to detectives informally about the tire slashing and identified a few people he thought might have done it. At the top of the list was a Department of Public Works employee who recently had an argument with Spina. The person he mentioned would be looked at very closely when Spina wound up dead. His girlfriend at the time, Tamara Acevedo, had her car window smashed on a different day, but that appeared to have been part of a series of similar vandalisms in the area. Acevedo had apparently spent the night at Spina's third-floor apartment the night before his death. He had been stabbed on a Monday, his day off. Mail carriers sometimes work unconventional schedules with an off day Monday 1 week and off day Tuesday the next, and so on. The timing of Spina's slaying led officers to believe the killer knew Spina either intimately or at least enough to know his schedule. Acevedo had left in the morning, but planned to meet Spina for lunch. A witness in the apartment complex saw Spina go to his car at around 9:30 a.m. later when she didn't get a response. Just a second. This is an interesting article here. It's got everything. So Acevedo had left in the morning, the girlfriend, but planned to meet Spina for lunch. A witness in the apartment complex saw, Spina, the guy that lives there, the victim, go to his own car at 9:30 a.m. later when she didn't get a response from Spina after reaching out to him. God, that doesn't even make any sense. A witness in the apartment complex saw Spina go to his car at around 9:30 a.m. Later, when she didn't get a response from Spina, after reaching out to him, Acevedo went to check on him. Huh? The witness? I don't really know what they're saying. I'm just wondering if YouTube makes us lag on purpose so they will... I don't know. The apartment door was locked and she didn't have a key. The building superintendent let her in. The apartment door was locked and she didn't... Okay, so that's... The girlfriend didn't get a response from Spina after reaching out to him, I guess, and then she went and got the superintendent to let her in. That's what I was thinking. Inside was a bloody scene. Spina lay dead on the living room floor, stabbed multiple times. But what's this part about here where it says, a witness in the apartment complex saw Spina go to his car at 9:30 a.m. I guess you just didn't see him go back in. Inside was a bloody scene. Spina lay dead on the living room floor, stabbed multiple times. After a short struggle, Acevedo briefly tried to revive him. Detectives searched the apartment but found no evidence of forced entry or evidence that anything had been taken. Police to this day are hesitant to say much about the scene, how many times Spina was stabbed or with what. Sometimes those are the details that the killer knows. So certain details we kind of have to hold close to us. And we're back into that reading mode again, guys, as we can see. Notice how when I took the break, it got better as soon as I'm reading. Maybe it's the way I read, Spina's apartment on Rich Bell Road is in a busy neighborhood near Boston Post Road and in a complex with dozens of other apartments. But no one interviewed by police heard anything or could identify anyone coming or going. There was no surveillance footage. The lack of evidence to link anyone to the scene left police relying on shoe leather, detective work, and a slew of tips from the public. Spina was single and had active social life. Several ex-girlfriends were interviewed by police. Acevedo cooperated with police during the initial investigation, but later hired a lawyer and hasn't communicated with them in years. Carol said it's common for people to stop speaking with police in ongoing investigations, regardless of their involvement. Yeah. It's actually smart, you know. In the days following Spina's death, Acevedo grew tired of the speculation around the case, according to an October 2007 article in the Journal News. Steve meant the world to me, and I'm having a very tough time right now, she told the Journal News in October 2007. Who said that? Steve meant the world. Who said that? In the days following Spina's death, Acevedo grew tired of speculation around the case, according to an October. Okay, so Steve meant the world. She said this early on. Steve meant the world to me, and I'm having a very tough time right now, she told the Journal. The Journal News in October 2007. Appealing for privacy, she was 27 at the time and had dated Spina on and off for roughly 2.5 years. Spina's ultimate untimely death knocked the wind out of those that knew him. They dealt not only with the loss, but the questions stemming from his shockingly violent death. Spina was a man who had a reputation as easygoing, a mentor to kids on the baseball diamond, and dedicated father to Skylar. Spina and Skylar's mother lived apart, but he reserved a bedroom in his 2-bedroom apartment for his daughter. When his daughter, who was 12 when he died, slept in the apartment, Spina never let his girlfriend spend the night. On Sundays, he went to St. Vito's Catholic Church while she sang in the choir. He shared his love of baseball and the New York Yankees with his daughter. Every year on the Yankee Stadium opening day, he took her to the Bronx. On the drive there, he played tapes he made, compiling the songs they played at the stadium for different batters stepping to the plate. I did my homework on the car rides there, because if I didn't get it done, we weren't going in, she said. Once there, they'd have a cookout in the parking lot. Father and daughter had tickets to see Yankees play Baltimore on September 17th. They never got to go because he was killed. As an umpire in the Little League, and Babe Ruth, he had a reputation as fair and patient. He also gave batters and the catchers tips between at-bats, according to Steve Murdaugh, Spina's friend, who was at the time commissioner of umpires. Murdaugh's Little League team showed up in uniform in Spina's funeral, then went on to win a doubleheader in Mahopac in his honor. So profound was Spina's influence on Murdaugh's son, aged 9 and 12 at the time. They both carried Spina's initials in their baseball caps through adolescence. His younger son, Thomas, is now pitching on the college level for Leslie in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Before every single game since Steve died, he gets down behind the mound, he gets on his knees, and he writes his name on the pitcher's mound, he said. He also writes the names of his departed grandparents. He does that every single game. Skylar spent most of the time living with her mother. She had a feeling something was wrong on that tragic Monday when her mother picked her up from school. In the car, Skylar kept asking, "What's going on?" But her mom didn't answer until they got home. She screamed so loudly when she told her grandmother thought something had happened to her, Skylar said. For days after, she couldn't sleep alone. The early days of the morning were a blur, including the funeral at St. Vito's. In the years that followed, let's see, so that's his daughter right here. In the years that followed, she started to feel like a stranger in her own hometown. That alienation led her mother and her and her to move to Connecticut for a time, she said. Eventually, she joined several other family members and got a tattoo of a backwards Q. Stephen Spina had a tattoo of a backwards Q, and Chester Cheetah, the mascot for Cheetos Cheese Puffs. He designed the tattoos himself, and it's being backward was accidental. That's what I thought. I was going to say. I was going to say, there's no way. What's the point of that? While the case gone cold, the family isn't giving up hope. Just because it's 10 years doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. It could take another 10 years, but it's going to happen eventually, Skylar Spina said. There's got to be DNA in that house. Come on. There's still a $40,000 reward being offered for information in the case. A softball tournament in Spina's honor was held for several years, raising money for the reward. Carol played in the games and was given some tips by those in attendance, he said. The detectives working the case have developed a new theory that could reheat the investigation, Carol said. The cold case team at the County District Attorney's Office is also involved, he added. Man, I wish I knew what that theory was. Let's see. Carol's old partner still calls him about the case 6 years after he retired. It is a difficult time using any words besides frustrating when describing some dead ends of the investigation. It definitely gets to you, he said. You feel like you didn't do your job, even though we feel like we did everything we could have. The bottom line is there's somebody out there that did it, that's not in jail. When I leave... Wow, so does that mean they have DNA? When I leave this department, I'm hoping to God that's not unsolved, because that comment makes you think they have DNA in the case. Because they could be in jail. You know? And if they have DNA, we'll get going on it. Alright guys, so this is where I say every single night on this channel, you guys help support the channel. We got the notebooks available, and you help support the channel via Super Chats, PayPal, whatever the hell it is. And if you can't afford it, I don't want you sending anything in. If you want to send your money directly to a charity, it's actually better for the charity itself. But if you want to help support my channel, knowing that I try to commit to donating over 50% of my net revenue from the channel to charities, and we've given, like I said before, $134,250 since January 2020. But as you can see, we're having we've had these nights this last week or so, because I'm going back to covering the cold cases and so forth that we have done. I'm trying to mix in some of the other ones, but it doesn't seem to be, I'm not finding the right mix. Okay? Not sure what's going on. But it's not terrible, it's just not what we've been doing. Why is it interesting that she wasn't targeted? She wasn't there. Like, she went to... I actually think that she might have had somebody do it to him or something. I mean, I don't know. Or there was some guy that liked her and wanted to get him out of the way. Something like that. What do you guys think? So maybe somebody liked the ex-girlfriend or something. No, her window was broken, not her tires. And we read through it, so it said that her window was broken, And they put it as part of a vandalism. A whole bunch of other cars had their windows broken. No, it's not. It's not samesies. Sorry. I just explained it to you. There was other windows that were smashed in too. His car had... they were punctured. Yeah, I was eating some ice, yeah. Anyway, what time is it? I don't know if I'm going to get to the rest of this. There's so much time spent getting this together. I could just save this other story for tomorrow. The Lacey Anderson one. This one right here, Lacey Anderson. That one's pretty interesting. But what sucks is even the sales pitches don't work anymore, you know, where I'm trying to get you guys, hey, come on, we got to keep going, you know. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for let's see. No, those I don't want you the same people all the time to keep doing it. It's just sort of a little bit of a downer. I'm sure at some point we'll get back to some of the really interesting Nito cases and everybody will get really excited again or something. But before it was interesting because once I got into the big cases, it got really good. But when I went out, all the same people that were supporting me all the time prior to that sort of disappeared out of the chat or something. I don't know. It's weird. It's like covering Brian Koberger for a while made it just get shitty. Why do you guys think that is? Let's see. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Kami and Zozo. Yeah, well. Have you heard about the case in Ohio? No. No, I don't know that one. Welcome, Frazzled Cat. I don't feel terrible, my nose is running. Right, well, cool, Kami. I mean, it seems like there was always more people, though, that thought that way. You know? I always thought you were a member, Frazzled Cat. No, because when I do the really popular cases, it brings in a whole bunch of people that are really into the Koberger case. But then as soon as you're done with the Koberger case, then the excitement drops. You know what I mean? Because they're not interested in any of the other cases that you talk about. Most of the people, I would say like 90% of the people that you get subscribers from Koberger, they wanted to see more Koberger stuff. You know, so that's the reality. I know how this works. I've done it for a long time. So when you're doing the Koberger, what do you mean? I like that you blame Koberger. Oh, because he's a criminal. Yeah. No, but the way it works, like during the Koberger videos, I probably got 20,000 subscribers, right? But where are they? You know, because I'm not covering Koberger. See, that's why sometimes it's not good to get. I mean, it's cool to get subscribers just to have your number higher, but those people aren't going to keep watching once you switch over to something else. Yeah, like as soon as you cover Joe Smith cold case, they're the ones that make the comments or think it themselves. Hey, Gray, anything new on Koberger? Yeah, right in the middle of discussing a 1972 cold case, 5 articles in. They show up and say that exact sentence. Well, cool. See, at least there's some people that stayed here. Oh, really? That's when you first got here, Colleen? Seems like you've been here longer than that. Mm-hmm. Oh, you came here for Debbie Collier? The one where I was bashed into oblivion for daring to say that she killed herself? First she was unpresent, and then she unalived herself. It was unbelievable. Yeah. Oh yeah, remember that? LM, how you got so angry and bashed me all the time, and turns out you were wrong, right? All right, let's be honest. Nah, no thanks. Yeah, what are we talking about USPS for? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you did too, LM. God, you should go back and see your comments. They were awful. You would mock me and stuff and go, "Oh, so she just did this and that." You remember that. It was awful. Well, I know Zozo's watched for a long time, but, Paulette Leonard's been here, Jessica Schubach. I mean, LM's probably watched for a long time, too. Amy Fountain, seems like you've been around for a while. Well, Ada, yeah, I mean, obviously, before I was even really a YouTube channel, she was watching. Cairo started, I don't know when, maybe around Kanika or something. Now, there's a lot of OGs out there. I would say OGs are people that have been around since I started doing live streams. Those are the OGs. Oh, cool. The Mike D experience. Yeah, well, I'm going to redo the Delphi one. I actually started on it, but I forgot about it. I'm redoing that Delphi animation using that better technique. The first one I used was kind of stupid. It just kind of went off. I did check on any progress today. There's no updates on our DNA projects, but we have 5 of them out there.
Your Delphi 3D presentation came up in my suggested videos, but strange that it was just after Idaho.
The most interesting?
Love this show, Gray! Exclamation mark, colon,
I don't know. There's so many. There's so many interesting ones. Yeah. Yeah, it's just my nose is plugged. I feel totally normal. Like, I don't feel sick. That's why it sort of feels more like an allergy, but I don't know where it would be coming from. It's not as bad as it was on a minute ago. Uh-oh. I think Gummo was accidentally hidden. Wait, what? How did Gummo get... What did Gummo say? Oh, it's a fake one. Oh, okay. How come I don't even see that one? To be blocked, you know? I didn't even see it, though. I can't even see what you removed. I mean, it was so quick that it... Was it way up there or something? Well, let's see what this other article said here. Not that. Oops. That was the people playing. Or not playing, but people who've sent $5 or more, they get put on the list for the spin later. Let's see. Conspiracy that led to Jared Bridegan's murder began just over a month before targeted ambush shooting in Jack's Beach court records. Oh. So anybody out there can find the probable cause? That'd be pretty sweet. The state attorney's office filed the formal charges against the man arrested in connection with the shooting death last year of a father of four. See if anybody can find the Jared Bridegan probable cause document against Henry Tenon. Not just over a month before, police say Bridegan, 33, was killed in a targeted ambush shooting. Henry Tenon is charged with conspiracy to commit murder. See, conspiracy to commit murder. That means he was working with somebody else. Second-degree murder with a weapon. Accessory after the fact. Court records showed... Is this court records? How about this one? The arraignment had initially been scheduled for Thursday, which marks a year since February 16, 2022, when Bridegan was gunned down on a dark stretch of road near the Sanctuary neighborhood with his toddler. Has uncovered records confirming that Tenon rented a house owned by Mario Fernandez, who was married to Bridegan's ex-wife. The home is in northwest Jacksonville. You know, doesn't that sort of sound familiar? Remember that guy that called in and we sort of went over and looked for the same looking vehicle at a house that was connected somehow? God, wouldn't that be weird if that was actually it? About 25 miles from the scene of the Jacksonville Beach shooting. Thank you, Plato. According to sources, Gardner Fernandez moved with his children across the country to Benton County, Washington. Right. Neither Gardner Fernandez nor Fernandez have been charged with anything related to the case. Well, of course this guy's related, right? I mean, he had no He set up this whole thing just to do it for fun? He didn't steal anything. He didn't do anything. But if anybody finds the... here, I gotta blow my nose again. Oh yeah, good times.
Mr. Tennant, if you'll approach the front of the courtroom and stand in front of the podium. Sir, your attorney, Mr. Bodie, is on Zoom. If at any time you need to speak with him, please let me know. You're here on a warrant that was reviewed by Judge Carvula. She has already determined probable cause for the charges of murder in the second degree, conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree, accessory after the fact to a capital felony, and child abuse. She has set your bonds at no bond, $500,003, $500,003, and $500,003. I'll appoint the public defender's office on this case and pass your case to circuit
Look at all those
court
criminals.
on February the 16th. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, everyone.
Today, a Jacksonville man charged with murder in the death of a local father will face a judge. Henry Tennant is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, second-degree murder, accessory after the fact, and felony child abuse. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for choosing us this morning. The development comes nearly a year after Jared...
Yeah, that was from before. Huh. Well, let's see. Or is it arrest warrant? Oh. I don't know. If you guys find it, let me know. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna. How about I'll just play this thing for you guys, and we'll just chill out. But won't be able to give out any notebooks or anything tonight, so I think I thanked everybody at the time. Thanks, Brianna25, LM, Alley Cake, the Mike D Experience, Kathy Friedenmaker, Georgina Stoliker, K Me, Doohickey, LM, Caligal 3, LM, and thank God for the Jazzy World. Thank you very much. Real Amy Jones, Ashy Snow, Scrappy Doo You, Jessica Schubach, Christy, Doohickey, Cindy J, Jamie. Oh, look at that. Cadillac. All right. Hey, that made a difference. Got us into almost the notebook. Jesus. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, it's not really a wave. It's one person. All right. Jamie, Kami, Mama 457 Rose, Cindy J, Jamie, the Mike D Experience, Kami, Kathy Shiflett, Olivia Dorado, LM, Daniel Goshen, Fran, Scene, Eugenie, John Dunn, Mark Pash, Cindy Leon, Cindy J, Caligal 3, Kami, Georgina Stoliker, Ali Cake, Caligal 3, Mark Pash, Kit Kat, Simple Life Dave, Sack and Fox Nanny, John Dunn. Then it was Zozo, Kami, Sack and Fox Nanny, the Mike D Experience, Plato, and Cadillac right at the end there. Then we also had two notebook orders, one from Connie E. and Yvette. So there you go. So I'll tell you what, because of that one super chat there, we got over a certain, I'll do a notebook here. Here we go. Then we'll do the, just like last night. I'll try to remember to do the rap at the end, though. I saw everybody go, where's the rap? Okay, and welcome to all the new members there. Hopefully you're all ones that like being here, not the trolls that sometimes get the memberships. Wow, I thought that said Maddie Bell for a second there. You see that, Zozo? Look at that. That was just for a second. Just for a second there. Thought I saw that. All right, I got your name in there, Natalie. Man. Yep, Chuck and a Maddie. All right, this is for a notebook, everybody. Here we go. Tell you what, it's for a notebook, and I'll sneak in the Freak Heart Stress Ball. See how that ships. All right, so here we go. Ho! Julie Boyko. Well, there you go. There you go. Boom. All right. Okay, you guys ready to watch the... Oops. Yeah, well, it's kind of a weird situation here because I recorded it with the number on there, so maybe I'll just do the middle monitor this time and take me off of there so I can blow my nose whenever the hell I feel like it. Oh, God. Sorry, I'm a little bit more grumpy today than normal. It sucks having to just keep dealing with, like you're talking and all of a sudden it builds up itchiness and then you just, yeah, it sucks. Not in the greatest mood, all right? But thank you for watching anyways, all right? So here comes I'm going to play the interview with Alex's Paralegal. Right. Yeah, I already took a Benadryl. That's the thing.
My name is Annette Griswold, Griswo.
Yes, I started playing it a little bit quick and I slowed it to 1.25, all right?
LD.
Well, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And
this is day 11, not 13.
A few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree. That time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people, and 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alec Murdaugh.
Which firm are we talking about?
What everybody refers to as PMPED.
Okay. And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alec Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner in that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have 9 years, and then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those, and then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff?
I did.
The bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know, that I'm aware of, and then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to, and then he would sign, once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from, and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign. But it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self, or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that it was the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like, and he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in, and it was just like, yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies." We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was. It was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, no, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge. And I was like, well, I don't understand. Is it the name of the company, Forge Consulting? And he told me that, he described it to me, he said, think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it. So he said Forge Consulting is the big name, and then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge?
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting, lots of times I'd have to reach out to them and say, hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting, he says it needs to be Forge. And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting, because he was our contact. And he would say, no, you know what, I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner. He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files, Alec took check to hand deliver, because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks, because he was, a little aloof sometimes, and would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things, and so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost, and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be hand delivered.
That's correct. Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alec was.
All right, when you're talking about the defendant or Alec Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect these sheets identify the defendant? Yes. You mentioned he would say that, I'm going to see Gunn, I'm meeting him halfway, we're going hunting, things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we report to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge?
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would, please.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planning to come back to the office the following Monday, and on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was like, I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually, the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
this was the day you were off work.
That's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so I looked, she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening. I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out, because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? She said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense.
Yes, it did.
On its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand by. show you what's already been admitted to evidence with States 429 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail, but yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me, and so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I've got another one." And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore, and she had sent it over, and once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. Still, she was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this, and I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenario as before, I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's
about?
the Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas More one,
We'll
it was...
get there in a second.
Okay.
When you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
Yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still in Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery, and I was home recovering. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office, it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement, Alec signs it, they send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury, where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christy draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because, in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it, and not that we can't work in each other's files, we can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts a disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at, 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328, see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize his handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did. What we refer to as the Nefarious case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well, and then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a 3rd attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorney's
Chris
firm?
Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes.
Expenses?
Yes.
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
All right. You're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, "Hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks?" And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, "Hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement." And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that, Vicki? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my boss?
Why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put it states 312. It's already in evidence, and this is the page marked bait stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says, it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed, duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And so I verified that. And then I asked Vicki, I said, are you positive? And she said yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone. And I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. And I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand, you say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
They were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office, like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on. Because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes, I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, on high alert as well because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself and, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, at this point, we want to prove that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on States 312. What's been bait stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
It is. Underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
And what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was. I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th, and I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow up on the Strand on June 2nd, and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicki Lyman in Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up and, you know, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just if, without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicki Lyman.
All right. And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
And is this a text strand where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, you know, don't mention it, anything.
Hold on just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would move Stage 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document.
Did you ultimately text Vicki on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over the situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicki had talked on the phone. Vicki had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too, so she instantly got like really worried for me. And my daughter said, "Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you." So she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021?
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day, and so she asked me to let her know when he got into the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did, and we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, you know, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, I hope, you know, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
Don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, Jeannie had everything, and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it definitely. My phone was on silence, and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my phone was just full, and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh, and so I checked the voicemail, and I could tell he was upset and crying, and he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night, and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously, and I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed, and he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other, and you know, obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? You know, how is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. You know, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? You know, is this something aimed at the entire family? You know, and I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of being working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is the same dad? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody, and we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened?
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it, and get it out the door, we're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supportive, and then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do, because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job, this was my family, and I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alec's aid, correct?
Absolutely, everybody.
Did the larger community do as well?
Yes, they did.
After the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, Alec's talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file, and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file, and when I found it, I picked it up, and when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it, and I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and at the bottom it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
And so what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds, he lied to me. That feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you States 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
All right. And if you flick up one side, the other side,
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
you recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know, I was hurt, I was angry. I just was beside myself, and I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of, but here it is from March to September, and I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh, shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her, and she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the fairest checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check, but when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday, and she said, one of the attorneys is gonna call Michael Gunn later today, and I was like, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too, back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas Moore. She pulled a report, and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check, and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything, and lots of hours, lots of manpower. We're involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
Thank you so much, Billy. The mayor, Billy Giuliana. Thank you.
And without going through all the exhibits that we're going through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review, is that correct?
Of course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those a lot of those disbursements one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put forge consulting, put forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, this text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th, when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer State 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
No objection. Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection, and subject to the court prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Yeah, so it looks like there's a Fitz News. I guess I missed that one. That was, it was 6 months ago. See, they've been on covering the Murdaugh situation for way longer than any of these other clowns out there that sort of jumped in, ooh. Yeah, they've been, it's 6 months old, yeah. They've been covering it, the Murdaughs, since Mallory Beach boat wreck, okay? I mean, the accident that killed her.
Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. And it's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly it can be read, and there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and
Yeah, I haven't heard it,
email,
Dan, so I'll have to check it out.
And just want to be clear from the defense, the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection?
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So have you all reviewed the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
Yeah, that is interesting, right? As soon as that boat wreck happened, see, that's what you don't really, doesn't pop into your mind too often, but if you think about it, the boat wreck, the moment it happened, and the implications, knowing that a lawsuit will be coming, must have absolutely freaked out Alex, knowing that eventually the financials will be looked at, because he knows how it works. His financials will be looked at, and that would expose all the fraud he had done over the years. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise an additional character that you asked of the court. We asked that the court give, additional limiting instruction at some point in time.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly he says I'm getting better every day, and it's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is, when we talk about 404 and res geste, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe, of September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant. And
good night, KB. Hey, thanks. Thank you.
Well, my concern obviously is
support super chat
that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing the 404 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected. Objected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
Just from the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed it in camera. So. I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying, obviously, not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of, that the court has already ruled on.
All right. I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off states 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. But before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone. Always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence as States 297.
Get up, get up. Quit, Gash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Okay. Hey, he got burned. It's a house. It's a house. It's a house. It's a house. Come here, Gash. Come on, Gash. Quit.
It's Alec.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me
I
who
just
you
said
do.
however
I
I
hear
feel
Paul
like.
Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alec Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Have the element one more time, please.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Going back to States 441, can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but
Might have to let you go there, Jamie B. I was just noticing how your account's pretty new and never seen you before in my entire life. Okay, have a good one.
he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him?
I did.
And you've been working, you worked with him for?
About 9 years.
9 years?
Yes, sir.
And 1 second left. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because your father was ill?
My father was ill, yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband? And
Right, my husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with them.
And you got a job working for a law firm, and did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work. And my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with them.
And you got a job working for a law firm, and did you work exclusively for Mr. Alec Murdaugh?
Most. Yes, I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alec was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run by Alec?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. And it's a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day.
He would.
And he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay, and but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming, and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie, did
I
you know?
did. Yes, sir.
And she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but, I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstadter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on the cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah.
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't they?
They did.
And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstadter?
I didn't meet him until, we had Mr. Randolph he got the,
Order of the Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
If Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, he'd walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always take their calls, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her I call her back.
No, he never put off calls with his family. He always talked to them.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph murder.
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad.
Yes, sir.
Because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he in fact did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too, yes, sir.
And after that, you said that the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's
And we
what,
rallied around each other because we were scared, we were worried.
right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I'm thinking.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it became like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alec Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, and there were cameras outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle?
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alec Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards, he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy and it and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, and you got to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-laws and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster, with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, some Lake Kiyo or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle?
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy, or something like that?
I knew he was either staying with family, or he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle?
Not as far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seckinger, and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her, and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alec's office one day looking for a file, and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot, and your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong, and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen, and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in, because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on, and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together, and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir. Nothing happened to my job.
It's Alec who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 There's a text that you received from Alec, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you, or was it you and?
Me and Christy, his other secretary.
The other secretary. And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir, as far as I know, he was.
Okay. Now, I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay,
please.
sure. Hey, it's Alec. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said, in response to defense counsel's question, that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out, and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer?
Yes, he was.
One of the most prominent in the region?
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021, when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Well, there you go, everybody. That's it. We are at almost 4 hours again. Isn't that amazing? And thanks everybody for the late part of the show. Super chats. Billy Juliana, Lisa Valenzuela, Jessica Schubach, Doohickey, the Mike D, Experience, and Plato. And maybe it was, I don't know, that might be about it in the later one. I'm not sure. Natalie Bell was in there too. I don't know if that was at the end of the last one or this one, but anyways, it's just sort of a, I think when people get bored in cases, they like to look at somebody on the stand and try to do their holier than thou, their moral superiority, and try to say that, oh, what this lady, oh, she must have known something more. She just wanted her paycheck. Well, I mean, let's just say she did look, I mean, she didn't know about the murders, but the financial stuff, maybe she thought something, but she was scared, you know. She's got a kid in school and all that shit. I mean, none of us are here to judge anybody at all right? So, I mean, except for the murderer here. This lady right here had a job, and she did it, and she started noticing some things, and, you know, I mean, she's an important witness here. I don't know, man. I just hate the holier than thou shit. You know, like, hey, God, if it was me, I would have do that. You don't know what the hell you would do, okay? You really don't. So it's ridiculous. All right. So, anyways, thank you guys very much for being here. Thank you for all the super chats and everything tonight. It was a long night again, but now I'm going to go to. Yeah, well, it's kind of disturbing that it's so disturbing to you, Natalie. That's one of the. I'm actually more disturbed at your behavior towards this witness than I am by anything that you've said about what you think she is like. Okay, that's the truth, Natalie. So, I think you might want to reevaluate your own yourself at some point. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and a 10. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a...
I don't know, Miranda.
Crime dissector.
But I'll be getting a hold of the YouTube support like you suggested.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Greg is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector.
What about me, Greggy?
Just remember I've a temple fucking gesture. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Hey, there you are, Mary Lou. People were wondering about you earlier. You know?
Yeah, I was really curious about this witness on the stand here. I mean, I was thinking that maybe she was even involved in the murder somehow, Gray. And what about the part where the...
Would you just shut the hell up?
Gosh, Gray, I was only kidding. Gee.
Yeah, well, I'm always going to be the same as I am, Natalie. But I don't really like when people pick apart witnesses that are really just up on the stand doing what they're doing. You don't need to give a shit about, oh, she just wanted to collect a paycheck. I mean, what's the point of that? Okay? Just ask yourself, what's the point of saying that? Okay? All right, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Yeah, good night, everybody. Yay!
Wow, that was pretty good.